I don't see some of the principals in the chat, but I would like to welcome some of the TVET principals whom I know we're going to attend. I know specifically Mr. Mkhunu from eThekwini College was going to be in attendance, and I know there are other deputy principals from other UOTs, sorry, from other TVETs. There are also direct.
You are muted, Doctor.
So sorry. After all that, okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for alerting me. I was just saying thank you so much for indulging us with your time.
And the person was appointed.
Sorry, can you mute, please?
We unfortunately need to work with the.
Sorry, we had to mute the participant. I was just saying we'd like to acknowledge the presence of some of the TVET principals. I'm not seeing them all on the chat, but I do know that people like Mr. Mkhunu from eThekwini TVET was going to join us. I know there are a number of deputy principals that are here, but most importantly, there are practitioners. You people that are on the ground. Wana, can I just ask that we mute everybody, please? Thank you, colleagues. Let me kick off my presentation. All right, as it was indicated.
You are on mute, Doctor.
Sorry, I think when she muted everybody else, then she muted me as well. Okay, colleagues, sorry about that. Okay, sorry. I've been tasked to speak about how we establish a will office. So I'll be looking at different facets in terms of establishing a will office. So my presentation will cover cooperative education models, resourcing, and quality assurance. But first, to kick off, I just want to define some of the terminology that we use. I've just defined 3, but there are a number of terminologies, and later I will give you a book reference where all these terminologies, most of these terminologies are cited. Cooperative education, which is a term that is predominantly used in the UOT and comprehensive university space, is an educational strategy which integrates a student's academic studies with work experience in participating employer organizations. That is according to Stanley 2005. On the other hand, work integrated learning, the CHE guide of 2011, I do refer to it in the presentation, you will get to see it, defines work integrated learning, first of all, as an overall strategy for most of these modalities. It is an educational approach and strategy that integrates, and the operative word being integrates, that integrates theory with practice, with the practice of work within, another important thing, a purposefully designed curriculum. That means work integrated learning speaks to the design of a curriculum, the assessment, the supervision, because you have to see that it effectively integrates what the students have learned and what they are now doing in industry. Work-based learning is learning for and or at work. And is centered around acquiring knowledge and a set of technical skills as well as reflection on work practices. Reflection is quite important when we've placed a student because it is the way that we can establish whether the student has learned or anything. Okay, now I need to remove this. Okay. Now, in terms of implementing cooperative education, now I need to just ask you to bear with me. I will be referring to cooperative education a lot because that is what I'm used to, but it could also be, work integrated learning according to how in your own institution you name it, because nomenclature has become quite a difficult thing to navigate in this space. So we tend to allow people to use what they are comfortable with. So how do we implement? So what are the considerations that we need to have when we are implementing cooperative education? First of all, the red part on this, for me there, I've said, I've put the institutional mandate. So the first consideration is to understand what is the institutional mandate. In the South African education landscape, we've got universities, we've got comprehensive universities, universities of technology, we've got TVETs, we've got community colleges. Without being, I'm not naming these in any hierarchy, but what is critical is that we all need to know what is our institutional mandate. And if we do that, then we will do what we are supposed to do and deliver on it. For an example, universities of technology and TVETs are vocationally structured. They offer vocationally structured programs. That is our mandate, so that we develop people that can hit the ground running. Late after the mergers between universities and universities of technology, also comprehensive universities also have that mandate. On the other end, universities, they offer, they're more into research, and they offer, programs that may have work experience integrated in them, but that is not it's kind of not their core mandate. So for us, it is critical to understand, first of all, what is our institutional mandate as the institution that is going to start implementing cooperative education. The next thing is the institutional strategy. I'm now moving within internally to the university. What is the institutional strategy? In other words, what is the positioning of cooperative education within the particular institution's landscape? How is this articulated in the strategy? Because if it is not articulated in the institution's strategy, it's not going to be effectively implemented. So that's another consideration. Next would be now the implementation strategy. So how do we implement? We need to consider where we are locating cooperative education within executive portfolios. Is it within teaching and learning? Is it in partnerships and engagements? Is it student support? Where exactly are we locating it? And my next slide will talk a bit more on that. We also need to look at what model of cooperative education are we adopting? Are we adopting a centralized model, a decentralized model, or what is called a centralized, decentralized model, or integrated model? So there is that consideration that needs to take place at that level as well. When we're moving on, now we consider what framework we're going to use. In other words, what are the modalities that we're going to adopt as an institution? For this, I want to refer you to the CHE guide for 2011. It was written by Winberg et al. 2011. I will you can Google that. It's a useful book to have if you are in this space. We also need to consider at what level are we implementing, and is it at first year of the students? Is it a sandwich? So in other words, students come into the university or the institution, then they go out to work, like the sandwich placement that we used to do long ago, or is it at the end, at third year? We need to establish that up front. Then we need to look at the resourcing, because it's not going to help us to adopt this program if we have not considered how we are going to resource it in terms of staffing and in terms of budgets. Very important and very fundamental is the quality assurance thereof. How do we ensure that the program that we're offering is effectively quality assured? So I said I will talk about the considerations regarding how it is positioned. Is it with teaching and learning? In other words, does it support? We need to ask ourselves, does this program support teaching and learning? Is it an academic subject, or is it just work experience? Is it a graduation requirement? Because if these things apply, then I think it is linked to teaching and learning, and there is a consideration that needs to be made in terms of its positioning. Mostly where it is supporting teaching and learning and is seen as an academic subject and is a graduation requirement, it is often placed within teaching and learning. Or, in other words, then, are we foregrounding teaching and learning as we establish this, or are we foregrounding partnerships and engagement? Someone that trained me in this space used to tell me work integrated learning is a two-eye giant. It's got teaching and learning on one eye and partnerships and engagement. And therefore, sometimes there's a dilemma in terms of where to position this portfolio within an institution. If so, you also, as an institution, need to consider what is it that you're wanting to foreground here. If it's partnerships and engagement, you want to know where teaching and learning fits in here. How are you going to manage the fact that students cannot graduate if they don't have it? That type of thing. Other institutions position it within student support or career services. Again, it is about engaging with all those thought principles to establish exactly where you're going to implement it, because where you are going to attach it within the university structures, because where you do attach it, it is going to be, it is going to guide how it is managed. Okay, when we move into models, which model, because that's another consideration under the implementation strategy, we need to start thinking about exactly which model. Now, there are three models that exist for cooperative education. There's a centralized model. Now, with the centralized model, the responsibility is centralized at a structure independent of faculties. So you would have an office, whether you call it career services, whether you call it cooperative education, whether you call it WIL office, but it's got nothing to do, or it is removed from the academic departments. Now, this centralized structure will take responsibility for partnership management, for student placement, for academic oversight. Now, each model has got advantages and disadvantages. In my experience, the advantage of a centralized model, because I've been part of such a model in my previous life, you have close control over the implementation, over staffing, and over budget of work integrated learning. You can establish the policy within this centralized unit, and you've got total control of it. And so if you are lucky, you've got a chance of implementing the policy uniformly across the institution, because it's only one policy, it's one policy, and it's centralized at one area. The disadvantage of this model, however, is that it removes the program from teaching and learning. You are that unit that is sitting there, and you have no interaction with the academic departments. And therefore, when you're coming from industry, for an example, and industry says to you, well, we don't like this and this and this, and we would like your students to, we would like your academic program to have this element and that element, it becomes difficult to influence that change within the academic department because you are not even part of it. So, and also sometimes it's seen as purely an admin function within the institution, and it makes it difficult for one to navigate. The opposite of the centralized model is the decentralized model. In the decentralized model, you have full control of work integrated learning in faculties and academic departments, and little or no central unit support. The advantage here is that because work integrated learning is an academic program, you have academic departments having full control over the teaching and learning. Also, the academic staff have contact with industry. Ideally, that's what we would like to have, because then if they've got contact with industry, they're able to go into industry, bring back whatever they see in industry, and hopefully feed it back into their teaching. That is an advantage. The disadvantage, though, is that in this model, you tend to have varied policy implementation across academic departments because there's no central space where someone takes ownership of the policy. So everybody implements the way that they want. Partnership management may also be compromised. I spoke earlier on about WIL being a two-eyed giant. So you can't take one element of it and run with it and leave the other. As much as you can't focus more only on partnerships and leave the academic project behind, the vice versa also applies. So in the decentralized model, that is a disadvantage that can evolve. Budgeting for WIL supervision is also compromised because you find that it is in the department, in the academic department, and it might just be absorbed into other programs. Because let's face it, not everybody in the academic departments understands the importance of work integrated learning. So you may find if you've got an HOD that doesn't quite buy into this program, they might just, the budget might just be spread elsewhere and then compromise the supervision, which is one finance that takes a lot, one financial aspect that takes a lot of money out of this program. Sorry, I need to. Okay. Now the third one is the integrated model. It can be some authors refer to it as a centralized, decentralized model. It's a combination of these two models, right? So you have the centralized office, where the partnerships and employer relations management and marketing, as well as job placement, takes place. And then the decentralized part where the academic matters, the teaching and learning, the assessment, the WIL supervision it takes place in the faculties. Ideally, that this model also allows for a communication line between the academic person that is responsible for the academic project of work integrated learning in the academic department and central office. At least that is how it is at MUT. I know we differ in the way that we implement it, but that is how that is the gist of the integrated model. What are its advantages? It is that it provides for clear demarcations between partnerships and administration on one hand and academic project management on the other, whilst the person at the helm has got a bird's eye view on both of these programs. It also allows for uniform policy implementation because policy will be at the central office, but central office will be able to ensure that it is applied uniformly across the institution. There's also a way where centralized WIL supervision, the centralized WIL supervision budget is at central office and therefore does not get mixed with financial issues for, other academic matters in the faculty. Maybe I am biased towards this model, but I don't think I've been able to quite put a finger on what are its disadvantages. Maybe I'd be keen to hear from participants what they think could be, pitfalls to this kind of model. So again, moving further on in the implementation strategy, with looking at that now from implementation strategy, we're now moving to the framework of your work, integrated learning or cooperative education, whatever you're calling the animal. But it boils down now to what are the different modalities that you would like to adopt. There's a number of modalities. The book that I'm showing, the book cover that I'm showing there is the CHE guide, the Council on Higher Education. It's the Work Integrated Learning Good Practice Guide of 2011. If you Google it, you can Google Winberg et al. 2011. You should be able to get the book, or you can go on to the Council on Higher Education website and look for HE Monitor number 12. You should be able to download. It is a good resource to have, not necessarily only for universities. I know that it is under CHE, but because it deals very deeply with issues of work integrated learning, and it also gives you case studies, it is a worthwhile resource for you to have. What I've taken here on the screen as well is an extract from Winberg et al., where the modalities are provided for. Now, if you look at that, they speak about the work-directed theoretical learning, WDTL, problem-based learning, project, the one with PJBL is project-based learning, and then they speak about the workplace learning. So those are the modalities that they speak about. And what they also do is they give you an understanding of work-directed theoretical, how is that implemented? So the work-directed theoretical learning is largely a classroom-based instruction. And I think us as institutions that offer vocational qualifications, I am sure we use work-directed theoretical learning in classes anyway. It's in terms of tutorial, peer learning groups. Examples are those career-focused courses, etc. All right, but it is where you use authentic examples of workplace of workplace occurrences, but not necessarily having the students out there. So that is work directed. You can see at the bottom there, what are the sites of learning, the lecture theater, the classroom, laboratory, studios, websites, blogs. So that one, you can see with that one, there isn't much scope for hands-on experience. The next one is problem-based learning. Now, I always find that there is a fine line between problem-based learning and project-based learning. But they define here, they indicate here that problem-based learning is where we have sequenced real-world problems in work integrated learning that leads to discovery learning, to self-directed learning, peer learning groups. And the examples of these could be work simulated problems, case studies, scenarios, team learning, lately, we've come to also include student consulting. One of the experiences that COVID led us to implement in my institution. So those are problem-based learning. You ideally you are looking at, you get your students to look at a problem and work on it either in teams or in the laboratories or through media, that type of thing. Then I like to say the brother to problem-based learning is project-based learning. Now this one, we are always very adamant that if you choose project-based learning as a modality, we're not talking about projects that are just extracted from the internet. It's real industry project, real world industry project that result in guided practice for the student. And now the project base can be a capstone module. Okay, now you can see examples there: visits, site visits, job shadowing, authentic tasks and tasks, field work, interviews, service learning, integrated trans or interdisciplinary projects. I want to touch a little bit on service learning. Service learning is also a modality of work integrated learning, but it deals with projects. Therefore, it is correctly placed under project-based learning. The difference with service learning maybe and workplace learning, if we may put it that way, is that service learning is implemented in communities. Now, please take note that we say work integrated learning used to be called in-service learning or in-service training. That is not what we're talking about when we're talking service learning. It is a modality where your students learn in communities and with communities, and they impart knowledge to the communities whilst they are also learning and also contributing to having a civic contribution to the community. The strong element in service learning is that then students need to always reflect. And it's not just the students that reflect, but communities also reflect. So that is also part of project-based learning. Project-based learning can be, you could also see that for people that place engineering students, for an example, in the UOT sector, engineering students will go through what we call practical 1 and practical 2. Largely, practical 2 is a project. So that is also project-based. So you can see there the examples of project-based learning. Then you have workplace learning. They've used the term workplace learning, but as I say, this animal really still needs to be dissected so that we get to the real nomenclature, but we will talk about workplace learning. Now with workplace learning, now it now talks about your work placements, your cooperative education, your practicum, work-based learning, your sandwich courses. Sandwich courses, we used to do that when I remember when I was doing biomedical technology, we did the sandwich model. 6 months I was in the lab, 6 months I was at the Technicon. So those are your workplace learning modalities, right? And it is characterized by learning contracts, work record books. Some of us refer to them as log books, learning logs, journals. There's strong mentoring. There is a specific training for a learning portfolio. So these are the different modalities and that you can consider as you start to set up this portfolio or this function within your institution. What we have established lately, there was a time when it was assumed that students have been in class, they understand the technical aspects of the qualification, send them out to work. They need to be able to fly. lately we established, and also with input from industry, that that's just not it. That's not it. It is important to prepare the students before they engage, because they are young, they have never engaged with industry. So I speak about work readiness and employability, and what constitutes a work ready and an employable graduate. It is skills that are related to the person themselves. Example of those are the ability to work with other people, the ability to solve problems, the ability to think critically. So these are skills that but these are just examples. The list could be endless. And so these are skills that relate in my work. I speak of them as social relations to the self, but SASCE et al. Speaks about skills related to the person. But when I read SASCE et al., I thought, wow, here's something that talks to my work. So the skills that are related to the person, there are skills that are related to the workplace and others in the workplace. It is critical for the student to understand the world of work, to understand the fundamentals in the world of work. At MUT, when we prepare our students, we start off by teaching them, by defining what is work, what is the workplace, what are the organizational protocols in the workplace, because the way students mess up in industry, you can't take that for granted. Some of the other examples would be planning an organization as well as communication. You can see these are skills that are related to working with other people in the workplace. Then there are skills relating to professional identity. A good example of this could be the fact that a good example of this could be, for instance, if you're talking about an engineering student, they have some kind of a professional identity that they must, what's the English word? That they must become, or they must acquire. They must join or affiliate or register with the engineering council, and the engineering council has got stipulations. So all that, what constitute a professional engineering technician or an engineer. That's skills relating to the profession. And then you have got skills relating to society, personal and civic responsibility. Because when we prepare students, we also need to prepare them understanding that they live within communities. They need to bring light in communities. So they need to be aware that they also have that responsibility. That is what SASCE et al. 2016 and Nofemela 2020 define as a work-ready graduate. So where do these fit in? In the work integrated learning space or cooperative education space? It fits in how it talks to how we are preparing students to engage with industry. So that is the framework that we need to also have in place. Also, something that I probably did not put into my slides is also employer engagement. There comes the partnership element. The employer engagement is critical. We cannot just use employers as just sites that just receive our students and we forget about our students, and then our students come back at the end with a logbook. We don't even know whether they were making tea. That is why we earned ourselves the labeling that, oh no, institutions send students to industry and then so that they can have a holiday, and students make tea and whatever. So it is critical to engage employers all the time in terms of having any employer engagement activities, so that you can get to understand that students are really doing what they need to be doing. Just another thing is, in terms of the framework, is that so there's student preparation, there's employer engagement, the teaching and element part cannot be left behind if the students, if your intention is to implement this program so that students can graduate. Because at the end of the day, our job does not end with students graduating, but it also moves on to whether these students are employable. And for these students to be employable, we've got to make sure that during work integrated learning placement or work-based learning placement or cooperative education, whatever we want to call it, that the students are really integrating what they learned in the classroom with the real world. Over and above that, they need to be learning these other skills. Okay, so moving on to, so how do we resource these areas? Because that's also something critical. For staffing first, the staffing in central offices, the core portfolios that ideally you would have would be the person at the helm of the program, could be the director, it can be the manager, sometimes referred to as deputy directors. Critical is the job placement officers. These are people that interface with the world of work. Yes, because we also want to empower students to be able to go out there and find their own placements. We can give them that responsibility. But as an institution, you have to have people that are able to interface with employers at a professional level and be able to explain to them the nitty-gritties of the placement. They also look at ensuring that we've got partnerships going. They look at employer engagement with these people. You kind of keep these people as your real partners, as your siblings in this process. We can't just leave industry to be there and we sit in our ivory tower, because ultimately that student that comes back and graduate is going to have to be absorbed by industry. So it is critical. Another critical element are administrators in these offices. The job placement officer has got their work cut out for them to start already. They can't also be doing administration related to this. In a central co-op office, you also receiving CVs. You are getting requests from employers to send out these CVs whilst you are preparing employer engagement activities. It can't be done by one person. So it's critical that you have administrators. With the advent of, or with the coming on board of SETAs, because remember, initially we never had SETAs. We placed students and employers paid the students. Nowadays, because of the economy or for whatever other reason, employers can't pay. So we get SETAs on board. I have found personally that it becomes too much of a job for, say, the job placement officer or the administrator. So I tend to ensure that I have a projects officer. Now that person is going to be looking at all the SETA grants and also looking at contracting with the students, inducting the students after we've contracted them, and ensuring that they've been paid. It's a lot of work, because more and more the SETAs are coming on board. So in your staffing, as you plan, I would strongly suggest that you consider a projects officer, especially if you're going to be looking at SETA grants. It can be an overwhelming kind of job. Now, the number of, or the complement of job placement officers depends really on the numbers of students. I use a workload model that was developed by Dr. Henry Jacobs, the Director for Work Integrated Learning at the Central University of Technology. And in his work model, the formula led us to say, for one job placement officer cannot be looking after more than 360 students, because placing students is not just administration. It's not, and on the chat here, there are people that are involved in the placement of students. You know that it's not about picking up the phone and voila, a student has been placed. You sometimes have to call the person over months to try and place students in one area. Therefore, you can't give a job placement officer more than 300 students. It just becomes too much. Remember, this person also has employer engagement opportunity responsibilities. So that is staffing in the central office. Depending then on the model that you take, if you are using the integrated model, here I'm going to bring the example of MUT where I work. We use the integrated model. So we've got WIL coordinators in each academic department. These people report to the academic HOD, but have a communication line to me at central office. I'm responsible to ensure that all students that have been registered for work integrated learning are visited. And just there, I just want to take a step back and go to administrators, because I've forgotten that. One of the tasks for your administrators is to ensure that all students that are doing work integrated learning are registered. Because if they're not registered, we are unable to know where they are. We are therefore unable to allocate resources for them to be supervised. So your administrators also look after that. So moving back to the faculties, so at MUT, we then have a WIL coordinator attached to each academic department. They're responsible to discharge the academic elements of work integrated learning. They would ensure that the students have got the logbook. They take the student through the logbook. They look after the integration of theory into the workplace. They supervise the student. And all of this that I've indicated requires a budget. Therefore, the central office cannot just be an office that is sitting there, but it has to be allocated a budget, and unfortunately, quite a hefty budget, because there's a lot of work that gets done. Students are placed all over the country. That, at least in the case of my current institution, as well as the one that I used to work for. But I think I know also with my other sister UOTs, students are placed all over the country and sometimes internationally. So there needs to be a travel budget. Lastly, you have done all this, but you need to know that you can be able to quality assure that program. I'm not going to go through this cycle, because we are planning a webinar where we will pull it apart and discuss it. It is something that we need to ensure that practitioners understand. So I'm not going to go through it in this webinar. Suffice to say, there needs to be a cycle to quality assure this whole thing. There needs to be a cycle where you know that the students have been oriented, or they've gone through work readiness, that they understand the ground rules and the policy that governs this whole program, that they understand their learning program and the learning outcomes that they need to get. And this is usually cited in their logbook. Then we have to ensure that students are placed. Again, I spoke about registration. When I spoke about administrators, students, we need to ensure that they are registered. Remember also, when students are out there, they are insured in most cases by the university, therefore, or by the institution. Therefore, if they are not registered, technically they are not the institution's student. Should something happen, that student is on their own. So it is critical for the student to register whilst they are in work integrated learning. The visitation and monitoring, where we are talking about the long placements, where 6 to 12 months, maybe I can say 3 to 12 months, because in certain disciplines it can be also 3 months. But there needs to be monitoring. We've at MUT we've changed the term visitation and monitoring to supervision, because that is what it is. It is academic supervision. So they need to be supervised. Again, I'm not going to go through it. One, it's a story for another day when we are going through the cycle. There's an assessment of the learning that takes place. There is student feedback. That is something that is critical. Students must reflect on what they have learned. There is also industry feedback. Now, in each of the logbooks or the workbook, there needs to be a space for each supervisor to reflect or to feedback on a particular student. But your employer engagement as well talks to your industry feedback. And as I said, it's a story for another day. And therefore, then your last element is your student output. And so to be your success, your statistics, you have to keep your statistics, and you have to always review for implementation. And once you've gone through these elements, I could say that you are 90% ready to implement or to establish a co-op office. Thank you. I will take questions.
Thanks, Dr. Nofemela, and thanks everyone for paying attention to that very, very informative and empowering delivery. Before we entertain question, may we call on the next speaker so that we can handle question and answers as well as engagement at the end of the session. We are quite aware that our presentation, which was very loaded, Julie took more than we had provisioned for, and we do not want to miss out on the next speaker's delivery. But please do stay on, because the most empowering part of this is when we're engaged in our Q&A at the end of this. So for now, I would like to please call upon our next speaker, Mr. Deepak Mohan. Mr. Deepak Mohan is employed at Majuba TVET College as the Assistant Director for Partnerships and Linkages. I'm sure you've already learned about the different models that are implemented. As far as his qualifications are concerned, he holds an honors in human resources as well as a national professional diploma in education. He also has diplomas in finance and business management, as well as higher certificate in project management. His experience, young as he might look at your screens, he holds 23 years experience in the TVET sector under his belt. So someone not to be underestimated, with 14 years of lecturing in business studies. He has established the WIL unit at Majuba TVET College, which he is about to share with us. And he's been 9 years in the WIL unit. He has also established an entrepreneurship unit, a very empowering unit as far as getting our learners employable. And he's project manager for NSF Phase 2 and Phase 3 of work integrated learning at the TVET College. So his focus is on partnerships, work integrated learning, work-based education, artisan development, and he is the technical chairperson for strategic planning at Majuba TVET College, which a role he has played over the last 4 years. With all that, we would like you to please join us in welcoming Mr. Deepak Mohan from Majuba TVET College. Welcome, sir.
Morning, ma'am. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you, and also to my co-presenter, Dr. Fundiswa, UOT Cooperative Education Managers, World Managers from TVET colleges, college principals, and deputy principals. Very good morning, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present on the establishment of a work integrated learning office within the TVET space. For the purposes of the network, I'd like to then just put my camera off and then share my presentation, and then we can then perhaps take some questions after I present. So thank you very much for that. Program Director, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mohan.
Thank you very much. I will continue. So my presentation for today is how to establish a WIL co-op office. My focus primarily is within the TVET space. So most of my slides will be speaking around the TVET sector and in terms of establishment of a WIL office. But some of the slides also will then also speak to the UOTs, especially around partnership strategies, etc. So as the program director has introduced me, my name is Deepak Mohan. I'm the assistant director for partnerships and linkages at Machupa TVET College. So my presentation objectives is just a very quick introduction of work integrated learning, the basis of WIL within the TVET sector, what is the legislative mandate that underpins work integrated learning, the types of WIL within the TVET sector, how do we align the WIL to the college strategic plan and annual performance plan, the requirements that are needed for establishment of a WIL office, how is monitoring done, and employability skills. So the first slide speaks to the introduction of WIL within the TVET sector. Higher education is mandated to integrate WIL into curricula and qualifications in order to promote student career development. This is an invaluable opportunity for academics to not only integrate theory and practice, but to expose graduates to the world of work and assess their experiential learning. WIL is a learning development program that's specifically integrated into your curriculum and which counts towards the final qualification. So in the TVET space, we know whether you are doing after your N6, you need your 18 months in business studies or 24 months in engineering to get your national diploma, or even if you are in an apprenticeship program which has a workplace component or a learnership program, there is that work integrated learning practical training required for certification. WIL is defined as an educational approach that uses relevant work-based experiences to allow students to integrate theory with the meaningful practice of work as an intentional component of the curriculum, and it provides rich and relevant learning through a partnership between colleges and employers. And I think similarly, my co-presenter, Dr. Fundiswa, has also paged an introduction of WIL in terms of what I've spoken about. So let's look at the basis of WIL within the TVET sector. I've already explained one, it is a mandatory requirement, especially if it's on the areas of the occupational qualifications, learnerships, apprenticeships, and then very importantly, the component of the N6 for the diploma. And then we do have the white paper for post-school and education and training that has a strong focus of linking education and the workplace. So if we look at the white paper and the objectives and we look at work integrated learning, we see it is at the forefront of skills development. So what's good is that the white paper also makes now provision for the discretionary grant funding from SETAs also for public TVET colleges, for occupationally directed programs, and for WIL. So we find that in the TVET space, SETAs definitely play a pivotal role in colleges and the workplace, and as the Dr. Fundisa also indicated, in the space of UOTs. WIL is now regulated through the Government Gazette number 42037. Please, the TVET colleges, if you haven't seen the Gazette, please have a look at it. Please understand it, because it is the outline of the Workplace-Based Learning Program Regulations Agreement 2018. And that is the underpinning basis in terms of WIL within the TVET space, and the standardization of the workplace-based learning agreements, etc., and the requirements and processes that are now standardized. So the legislative mandate, obviously, as a TVET college, we are mandated to say, how does WIL fit into the bigger sphere of things in terms of national government, in terms of skills and critical skills development. So there are certain policy frameworks that also underpins, and legislation that underpins our efforts for WIL, and some of it being the National Development Plan 2013, the National Skills Development Plan, the NSDS 3, the SETA's sector skills plans, the strategic integrated infrastructure projects, which is your SIPS projects, the college strategic plan, a provincial growth and development plan, and then the white paper, which I spoke about. Some of the legislation for WIL, we must be aware of the terminologies, especially if you are in the space at TVET College where you are going to workplaces, trying to forge partnerships, etc., trying to present and brand your college. Prospective employees will want to know how does it fit into the bigger schemes of certain acts that govern skills development, and these are the acts that and some of the legislation I feel is important just to have an understanding of. So in the TVET space, we get different types of WIL, and some of the terminologies are interchangeable with the DHET, saying it's workplace-based learning, but it's actually basically the same thing. And what we've come to understand is that WIL is an umbrella of sub-activities that can happen within TVET space. So the first one is workplace exposure. It's a one-day excursion, observation kind of thing. Normally, this is done through campuses and curriculum unit. It's not so much the WIL office that's involved. They might involve the WIL office to say, look, I want to take our mechanical students to, for example, one of the local industries, ArcelorMittal. Do you have a contact there? Can you assist us? That kind of thing. But it's not actually, it's an observation. It's a 1 day, 2 day thing, and that's it, right? Then we have WBE, which is workplace-based exposure. And colleagues, you'll remember in the TVET space that this actually was initiated by what is it? SASCE, the South African Cooperative Initiative, and through the government of Educational Ministry of Switzerland and South Africa with DHET, there was an implementation of this program, and it's a good program for colleges to still continue, especially for the NCV level 4, even N6 learners, that where they get exposed in their final year of study to actual workplace, and that's 5 to 10 days, and we call it WBE. And at our college, for example, we have a very structured policy and procedure of doing WBE, and we do budget for it and all of that. So it's something that is part of our operations from the whole office, but we work very closely then with the campuses. I won't go too much into that. Work integrated learning, as we know, it's highlighted in blue because that's our core. For the learner to qualify for his diploma, which is NQF 6, business studies needs 18 months and engineering needs 24 months. I think that's straightforward. NCV level 4, sometimes a CETA might have funding to say we can fund a learner in the field that he has studied, maybe 6 months, maybe 12 months, but remember, it is not a mandatory for certification purposes. But it's good if we do get that type of funding, then learners can be placed. Then with apprenticeships, remember there is the at least 12 months or 54 weeks workplace component over and above the other institutional training before trade test. So there is the a workplace component for as an approved workplace that's important and compulsory before trade test. I think learnerships is self-explanatory. It's not so much in TVET colleges where the whole office is responsible for it. But as we know, as I present and we move towards partnerships and linkages and innovation development, we will see how we then integrate the two. But basically, even with the learnerships and the legacy qualifications, there is the workplace component, and then the centers of specialization. Some of the colleges are accredited for. There's occupational qualifications, and there's obviously an integrated approach between workplace and college. So there's a knowledge component, there's a practical component, and there's a compulsory integrated workplace component. And obviously all of that requires the partnerships. So how do we link this now to the strategic plan, the annual performance plan, and the monitoring and evaluation quarterly reporting? One is we have to report on the number of partnerships for the exchange of students and lecturers, but our focus today is on students. So basically, these are fully signed MOUs or protocols with industry, signed both by the college principal and the CEO or director of that particular entity. and we have to report on it. So basically, it's an area now that, it's not good to have. It's compulsory, it's mandatory, and we have to report on it. Number of students engaged in entrepreneurship programs and initiatives. As I present the different models, then we can engage and see where the areas of entrepreneurship actually sits in, because it's not the normal academic modules that we do in the entrepreneurship and business management qualifications. It's what activities we use to support entrepreneurship. And that could be training, it could be incubation, it could be CEDA and NYDA grant applications, working with CIFA, various things basically, or activities that will speak to entrepreneurship. And then the last output indicator will be the number of students placed for, as the DA calls it, workplace-based learning at exit levels, and then it's disaggregated into level 4 and N6. So what are the requirements to establish a WIL office at a TVET college? Firstly, as doctors also indicated, is human resources with an approved organizational structure, policies and procedures on WIL. So although we have legislations, and I think the DA has also come up with some guidelines on WIL, but from an audit perspective, from a quality assurance perspective, it is important that the TVET college has their own policies and procedures on how they do different activities around WIL, so that if there's any challenges or any concerns, you can always refer back to the policy and procedure and say, this is what we do. Financial resources, and that's funding, partnership strategy, some of the templates, and then equipment, furniture, and infrastructure. So let's start with human resources. Firstly, the current structure in most colleges, the status quo before PPM, right, was that the colleges had a job placement officer reporting to the assistant director for student support services. So because WIL was seen as part of exit support, basically most colleges had maybe 1 or 2 staff members responsible to implement WIL at the college. Now, clearly that model that hasn't worked, because even if you look at the previous presentation to say at least 1 project officer to 360 students placed. Now, if you look at the TVET college and the number of learners that exit in each semester or each academic year versus the number of staff to support work integrated learning doesn't actually correlate. So it's one of the reasons perhaps maybe TVET colleges, we haven't been successful in this area of WIL, which is, as we can see, is such an important component for us within the TVET space. So I think colleges should now look at aligning the current PPN organizational structure to supplement and resource from a staffing perspective for work integrated learning. And I have a proposed structure here. So the proposed structure will be the assistant director. So firstly, the model I would say is more integrated, right? Before, I think it used to be centralized, but I think with the new PPN structure, it's an integrated model whereby you have the assistant director, partnerships and linkages, and the job placement officer at a level 7 or 8, I think, on the PPN that is centrally based, right? And at the campuses, you have the job placement officers at each campus that's already funded. These are already funded posts on the department. So remember, previously there was this outcry and saying, but where do we get funding for staffing and all of that? Colleagues, you have an opportunity now. The DET has advertised these posts. Make use of them. Now, what I know is that the job placement officers is under academic services. I understand that, but all it takes is some communication with the senior management to say that yes, the job placement officers at the campus will report to the campus manager operationally, but they will be accountable in terms of the reporting centrally to the assistant director for partnerships and linkages, under another portfolio of innovations or registrar, dependent on the TVET College and workspace they've taken. Now, I've seen the job description of the job placement officers, and it speaks a lot of, getting the learners ready for the world of work, job readiness, monitoring of students at the workplace, etc. But if we don't include the component of administration of the funded projects of the CETAs, then we would have lost the plot there, because we need to include that so that it becomes part of their job description. So they will also be responsible now for the maybe reconciling of the attendance registers, providing the recon for disbursement of stipends, assisting in monitoring of these learners that are funded through CETAs, etc. Currently, the DHET job description doesn't have that, but I suggest to colleges to include it in the job placement officers to have more meat on it, because then at least you would have the necessary staffing to support this work integrated learning at the college. On the right-hand side, I have entrepreneurship. Now, it's not on the PPN, as we know, right? But if colleges are serious about the areas of reported entrepreneurship, there's a model you can look at with project officers and project managers reporting directly to the AD parties and linkages. But obviously, other colleges might have done it differently. When I say will interns at the bottom there, maybe 2, 3, if you get funding from a CETA, let's say for managing assistant, and you need maybe additional staffing to help you with work, take on 2 or 3 of the guys, capacitate them, train them on the CETA systems, get them working with your job placement officers, get them working and implementing from an administrative perspective to make it easy in terms of implementation of work. So this is the structure at our college. And you see it's a bit different from now the PPN structure. Is the assistant director for partnerships and linkages. We report to the deputy director innovation and development. We have appointed a project officer who was CS based for WIL that deals mainly with the areas of WBE, but other areas of WIL as well. I have 3 project officers that are contract based, mainly for contracting of students, mainly for monitoring of students, assisting where possible when we're applying for discussing grants, etc. The vacant posts are the campus posts at our college on the PPN, the job placement officers at level 7, which we haven't, the level 7, the 6th post available there, which we haven't advertised, we've advertised and we are busy with the process of finalizing that. But I already have, before the PPN, I already had 6 project administrators that are fixed term contracts, but it's on council based. Now one might ask, then how did we fund it? Now, as we improve the structure of WIL within the college, as we got funding, lots of the CETA funding has a project management fee. That project management fee is not to go into the college funds to use for whatever. That project management fee is to strengthen the WIL office and to make it known that that project management fee is to also look at from a budget perspective in terms of human resources, assisting in terms of appointment of project administrators. So even before the PPN, I already have at least 13, 14 staff in work integrated learning. And then we have another part-time, 10 part-time trainers for job readiness, entrepreneurship, of which I'll speak on a later stage. So what is the scope of the parties and linkages unit? Because within the TVET sector, we have to understand now, if the reporting is now not only WIL, but parties and linkages, what is it the unit does? So I've already covered the WIL for N6 and level 4, workplace support for artisan development. So for example, if the business units or occupational units are doing apprenticeships, for example, you can work with the academic department to say, no, we form these partnerships with these industries, your artisanal students, your apprentices, there's the MOUs. Let's work together to see how we can help with the workplace component. You cannot work in isolation where academic services and you have occupational unit and a business unit or artisan development are trying to attract certain industries, and then you have the world unit also trying to attract the same industries. And if you don't work in synergy, in a collaborative effort, it's not easy to actually implement. Then the WBE, which I spoke about, job readiness, employability skills training. My co-presenter spoke of soft skills. Remember, the idea is to holistically develop a student, right? Self-employment, entrepreneurship, that depends on each college, the model. Where does the entrepreneurship sit? Have you established a unit for entrepreneurship? Should be wanting to be part of partners with linkages. Then the CETA funding is the responsibility of the partners linkages unit in collaboration with other portfolios, etc. In our college, we've also pulled through the CETA bursary support where learners who don't qualify for NSFAS, because we are doing the applications for CETAs in any case. So we decided to say, let us also pull the bursary support into our portfolio, and then the partnerships with private and public sector, and then international partnerships. The next slide speaks on the policies and procedures on WIL. Colleges must develop college council policies and procedures on WIL, on how to implement WIL and WPE. So the policy can include what is the planning, what is the deliverables and outcomes of planning, the presentation of WIL, the placement of students on WIL, the post-placement of students on WIL, and what are the procedures and policies thereof. So any colleges who want some guidance on this area are more than willing to assist once I've shared my details. Now, the next component speaks about funding. Now, as we know, within the TVET space, the DHET funds a program-based funding for tuition, and then NSFAS funds for the allowances for transport accommodation. The big challenge we have is that there's no funding model from the DHET side that speaks of the practical component for the diploma. So basically, after N6, that learner is now the responsibility of the WIL office at the college as to how best we can support the learner through other sources of funding, because there is currently no funding model that speaks to the WIL integrated until the learner completes his diploma. It's an unfortunate situation we are at as colleges, and I hope in the future maybe something can come of it where there can be funding made available. But for now, as we know that the sources of funding would be CETAs, but realistically speaking, even CETAs have limited budgets, and it's like every college has to apply on their own for these CETA grants. So this slide speaks on the funding streams. And the first one is CETA funding through discretionary grant funding. So what we've done at our college, we've implemented a discretionary grant committee. And this committee basically deals with the application to the CETAs. And the reason is that if you look at WIL, we look at CETA bursaries, lecture capacitation, we look at artisan development, apprenticeships. You cannot have too many different applications from one TVET college. So perhaps your occupational manager, the WIL manager, the partnerships and linkages manager, artisan development manager, together with those DPs, perhaps will create some kind of a committee and then do one application to that specific CETA for the different interventions. Then if an employer applies for CETA funding and then they now want learners from the TVET college, obviously that's a good funding stream as well. The National Skills Fund, we're now into phase 3 of the National Skills Fund, and all colleges have been allocated some funds for from the NSF for WIL as well. Company funded, and then the YES program from the Office of the President, labor activation programs from the UIF, and then we have the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative and partnership with SAPCO, and this comes from the again from the DHET Minister and from the Office of the President, speaking about opportunities for learners for workplace-based learning. And with the South African Public Colleges Organization, some CETAs have come on board, and I think some of the colleges are involved in it as well. So when SAPCO comes up with these opportunities, please take take it and implement it, because at least it is opportunities for the students. This slide basically speaks on then where do the SETAs get the funding from, and this basically means that if a company's payroll is more than $500,000 per annum by law, they have to pay 1% to SARS, and then the money goes over to the NSF, which is 20%. Mandatory grants the company can claim back, but the discretionary grant is where our focus is in terms of 49.5% of the funding of the levies that are contributed that can go down to skills development, including workplace-based learning or work-integrated learning. Now, why it's important is that we must understand that it's still a limited budget even from the SETAs. So even if a SETA has 500 learners nationally, it is all colleges are trying to apply for that chunk of funds that are available. So when you do the applications, you have to make sure it is correctly done and all of that. These are the SETAs. I think we're all aware of who the SETAs are. There's a slide on it. I'm not going to go into it because we all know the SETAs. And our college at Majuba, I think 18 of the 21 SETAs we are basically working with for WIL and artisan development and other areas of occupational programs. I've just put this slide in on what are the documentation normally a SETA would look at in terms of applications for funding. Application details, geographical, demographical information, what is the background of the TVET college, the contact person, the authorized person is the principal, the declaration of interest, the college registration number, tax compliance, PEE, QIDA, etc. The last three components, work closely with the finance office for this information. You see, from senior management, the office of the CFO, must already have an understanding of why is it that it is important that when this information is required, it is submitted. Because I know some colleges have difficulties in getting this, but there has to be that communication from a strategic perspective to make sure it filters down to other departments that you rely on when you're doing your applications. College banking details, please have MOUs in place or confirmation letters from companies that you can place learners, how you're going to manage the capacity of the WIL program, what are the benefits to the college, to the SETA, to the learner, to the host employers, or how many learners you're applying for, a list of your potential learners. Some of the SETAs also require in the list, what is your recruitment strategy, implementation plan, what is the budgeting, the college accreditation, the project history, previous references. Some of the SETA applications want the pivotal plan. Some actually also want the audited financial statements. And then make sure the application is signed off by the principal of the college, because it actually holds more weight if it's signed off by the accounting officer in your application. So I think that's an important part to it. So we know now with students, they've completed their N6. We know they want WIL, or we can call it internship in other, as you say, the concepts are interchangeable and it's integrated. And this is the challenge for students, right? Companies on the right-hand side, there's this bridge, there's the left-hand side, these are the exit learners. They want to get across, they want workplace because they want to graduate. And that's where your portfolio of WIL, of partnerships and linkages is very important. And why do we need partnerships with industry? And again, very quickly, WIL, WBE, artisan development, I think we spoke of all of this. It can go on into lecture placement, infrastructure, bursaries, guest lectures, and the list can go on, right? What are some of the strategies to expand on partnerships? One is obviously the SETA applications we spoke about. Maybe RFQs to the NSF, to UIF, or other entities. Visit companies to present your college as a brand. What are the benefits of saying that if you partner with us as a college, these are the benefits? And also, how do you brand your college, right? Make sure that you have a representation in the chambers of commerce within your local city or town. You are represented on the economic development portfolio of the municipality. All it takes is you need to knock on the door of the municipality, say, this is who we are, we're from the TVET space. We want to be part of the engagements on certain portfolios. One of it is economic development. Can we please be added in terms of the steering committee, whatever the case may be? Provincial Skills Development Forum, PHDF. You must have an understanding what are the strategic integrated projects in your province, what are the catalytic projects in the province. That is important because it informs your program qualification mix. It informs what types of industry are out there in terms of capital projects that are happening that might be related to programs that you are doing that might need the skills. So it has to be demand driven, labor market driven, etc. I'm not going to go too much into that because that obviously when you do strategic planning, you also consider all of that. Working with the academic board, industry rep, subcommittees of academic board, business breakfast, stakeholder meetings with industry, recognition of industry and CETAs with awards. We held one last year and we recognized the industry and CETAs, industry pledges, training boards with industry, and that can cover various areas, including PQM, including the work integrated learning in terms of what are the objectives, and then international partnerships. Let's go quickly with monitoring of students. Is to what is the purpose, the impact of the WIL, evaluate the progress, advise the mentors and coaches on the program, holistic development, ensure the learner is assigned to a mentor when he or she is completing the WIL program. What are the types of monitoring? You can do physical monitoring of the workplace. Again, the job placement officers, the AD partnerships and linkages can help in this area. Monitoring at one centralized space. Social media monitoring, example, a WhatsApp group. So what we've done at our college is that each administrator, we created a WhatsApp group with the project officer and a project administrator. So each CETA project or each funding that we get from a CETA, let's say it's 30 learners, then that WhatsApp group has a dedicated administrator and a dedicated project officer that deals specifically with any challenges, areas around timesheet submission, practical training at the workplace, etc. Then telephonic monitoring, virtual monitoring. And then if you're creative enough, even lecturers or seniors or HUDs can be roped in. Like, for example, you might have agriculture as a program or engineering as a program, and you might want to get lecturers to assist you. So be creative, especially with physical monitoring, where they can assist you on the downtime when there's exams or even in the holiday period, and you can negotiate some overtime for them, or work with the campus manager and say, can I have 2 days for this lecture? And the lecturer can commit to say, no, I'll catch up my classes. Let me go and monitor these learners so that I can see what's happening out there. It's just about being creative around that, right? Because remember, it's all about how you can best maximize utilization of your resources, even though your resources are limited. And that's being creative and innovative. So obviously, when you're doing the WIL program, you check in the attendance and punctuality, the training plan, if you have one. Remember, there's only the QCTO logbooks that are used now at the workplace, no other logbooks. And now logbooks are compulsory for diploma application. You can verify that with your exams department. Allocation of a mentor, sufficient tools and resources, PPE, students are rotated, students receive the learner allowance. And then in terms of rotation, do they receive adequate practical training aligned to the qualification? And what we do is we have a monitoring tool for the learner and for the mentor that is completed, and it speaks to all of those areas. And then some of the templates for WIL is like your pre-application forms, the workplace-based learning agreement that comes from the CETA, the contract of employment, induction presentation template, induction register, induction report where required, timesheet or attendance registers, logbooks, which is the QCTO logbooks. We've actually developed training plans at our college, which we can also share with colleges. It's easy for mentors because it's not too much in depth where the supervisors don't have time to go through all the logbooks in detail, but to have a bird's eye view of what is required for the learner. Leave form templates, monitoring tools, WIL report. I left out the banking form for the learner, but there's other smaller documents that might be required. And then employability skills can be done by the job placement officers. In our case, at our college, we appointed part-time facilitators to do this training for our learners. Normally, the N6, the level 4 learners go for this training. And then we also now have practical training at our training center for a cohort of learners who are in N2, N3, so that they also understand their trade and they can link it into their curriculum. It's part of employability skills. What we are saying here is that you want to develop learners holistically. At the college, Majuba TVET College, we are in Newcastle, and Newcastle is a small town. It's not big, it's not a city. It's very small in Northern KZN. We place around 1,500 to 2,000 students for WIL in an academic year on average. We won the DIET Award nationally for sustainable partnership with SETAs in industry in 2017. And in 2018, we were placed third for the exit support. These are our industry partners, fully signed protocols. There are others that I haven't included here. These are some of the main ones, which is some with public service departments, municipalities, and other sectors, automotive to retail to insurance to hospitality, tourism, fully signed protocols that we have with industry. This is the practice your trade with end learners. Remember, the end learners is not an apprenticeship. This learners are getting like 60 hours of practical training so that they understand their trade. These are some of the learners now at the workplace being monitored, and hospitality, agriculture, finance learners at EPSA, Sanlam, Old Mutual. We have, BlackRock Casino, part of the Soko Sun Group, Itala Bank. Mr. Mlochwa is there, our college principal. This is an old pic of one of the inductions, and it shows, as a college, even the senior management are serious about WIL and making sure that they're also part of inductions where they are available, including like the deputy principals as well. There are other learners in the workplace, engineering learners as well. So yeah, these are some of the other picks. These are picks we get when learners are monitored, etc., and we then, compile them in terms of the reporting, etc. This is our contact details. These are my details there, and I have a quote in the end: "The expert in anything was once a beginner." Colleagues, we have to start somewhere, and eventually, if we start and if we be serious around these areas of WIL as a college, we will improve the lives of a lot of our students, provide opportunities, build our economy, build our communities, and build our TVET college. Thank you very, very much for the presentation, and we will take Q&A. Thank you so much.
A big thank you, Deepak, for your very insightful presentation that was actually very practical and particularly useful to our TVET partners, but also empowering to our UOT partners that have joined us today. Colleagues, I would like us to recognize and give a warm welcome to the SASCE President, Madam President Nlesi, who is also the CEO of ETDP SETA, which, as we know, oversees the learning practices throughout or across industries within South Africa. And we saw in the example of partnerships and stakeholders that were shared by the last presenter that SETAs play a very strong role in supporting work-integrated learning, which is why Ms. Nlesi is representing not just in her own capacity, but she also represents the whole body of SETAs on the SASCE board. So perhaps before we get onto our Q&A, Madam Nlesi would like to say a brief welcome to the participants. Madam.
Thank you very much, Wana, our operations manager. Really, it was not my intention to speak at this point in time, but it is indeed pleasing and a great pleasure for SASCE to have this webinar. I have listened carefully especially from the last kind of the presentation. And I found a lot of sense, and probably some of these presentations SASCE will collate so that in our next board meeting, we take these matters further and collate the information to other sitters. It is indeed a great pleasure to having you and having this. You should know that SASCE is taking the matters of WIL very seriously and discussing these matters with the Department of Higher Education and Training, with the TVET colleges, as well as the universities in totality, including private institutions. I thank you so much for your contributions and your commitment to the best practices that can enhance employability, especially for our young people. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As you have heard, we as SASCE, as chief advocates for cooperative education and work integrated learning, we look forward to taking up your concerns, your questions, not just at operational level, but also through the board at strategic level, linking it up with the direct ministries or the responsible ministries. Right now, I would like to open this opportunity out to all of you for your questions and answer sessions that would be taken by the two presenters. I would like to also just advise that this is not the first and the last webinar this semester that SASCE is holding. We will be holding, as Dr. Nofumela had pointed out, quality assurance related webinars that equip you, as you have been equipped today, about establishing and running a successful work integrated learning unit. We will also be tackling the quality management or quality assurance element quite elaborately. As far as earlier questions that had come through the chats are concerned, you have been advised indeed that there will be the next WIL Africa conference in 2024. And please keep your eyes and your fingers pinned onto the SASCE website, which is sasce.net, not sasce.org, but sasce.net for updates, not only about the WIL Africa conference, which takes place in 2024, but for the date of the next webinar, which we will cover quality assurance in, as well as other partner events. And we would like to just make sure that you are aware that we, in our advocacy for work integrated learning, we welcome your initiatives and activities within this space and are willing to share those activities via our website among the entire WIL fraternity so that we can support each other in this journey. So the other question that was posed was about the good practice guidelines on WIL. The quality assurance document that SASCE has produced helps our partners in terms of good practice and guidelines as far as implementation and strategic management of WIL is concerned. But Dr. Groenewald has also so graciously shared a link to the CHE related document that answers that question as well as far as good practice guidelines are concerned. But it's always work in progress, because when we talk about good practice, it is linked to the time of practice. And as the environment changes, SASCE keeps the ear on the ground from the industry as well as from the academic fraternity to make sure that we keep you up to date. So it might not be purely from a documentation point of view, but also through webinars like these where we update each other. I'm sure you saw today that when we're talking about the different modalities of WIL, Dr. Nofemela very strongly shared a modality or an approach that is very effective in a well-established environment with a high amount of resources, for instance, whereas when we looked at Mr. Mohan's approach that has proven to be successful for TVETs, the approach might be different, but we actually want to work with each and every one of you to make the most of your own environment and your own situation, which is why as a member of SASCE, we encourage you to engage us for individual discussions where we can discuss the realities of your own situation and guide you towards the implementation that most suits your learners as well as your environment. I remember, if I may quote Ms. Mlesi, I know she probably said it better than I would say, but I recall her saying that an institution without partnerships is an institution whose will is set up to fail. So the strong partnership between your academic team, or as they might refer it as the faculty, and your community through both industries and municipalities, as it has been pointed out, is actually your recipe for success, because you need a relevant curriculum that is driven at academic level, but you also need invested hosts that will be hosting your students for WIL. So we've been monitoring the chats for more questions. We haven't seen any. So we would like to hand it back to you. You can pop. We're watching the hands. If you put up your hand and you have the mic, you may introduce yourself, and the two presenters will, depending on where your question is directed, will then endeavor to answer your question. So please feel free to put up your hand. For now, Dr. Nofemela, you are noted.
Thank you, Ms. Wana. I just wanted to comment that I am so impressed. I learned something with the Majuba presentation in terms of the staffing. I'm glad that they have the project officer, but I only have one. I am so envious. And I'm also envious of your trainers, your work readiness trainers, something which I forgot to indicate as well in my staffing. I'm glad that Mr. Mohan touched on, but so impressed. I'll definitely be talking to you, Mr. Mohan. I need guidance on this one. Thank you so much.
No problem, ma'am. Thank you.
We have a hand, Kim Matikinga. The mic is yours. If you can please unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, excuse me. Good morning, everyone. I think, first of all, I'm so honored to be here because these presentations, both of them, are so informative and eye-opening. First, let me appreciate the presentation from Dr. Nofemele and also highlight that in the models that she has mentioned, I agree fully with their advantages and disadvantages. And I want to highlight that it's difficult to stick to one model. For example,
we want to engage you and ask.
May I continue now? Okay, it's difficult.
Apologies, Madam Matikinga.
Yes, I do understand. I'm sorry about that. It's difficult to stick to one model, ma'am, because it has to do with the issue of the capacity, especially here at TVET sector. Currently, I can say we are centralizing the placement, but on the other side, depending on the aspect of placement, we are also decentralizing it, because although we are not strong there, first of all, we centralized the placement due to the capacity, as mentioned by Majuba. Yes, their capacity is far better than ours. Before the PPN, we have only one placement officer for the whole institution, which she really tried, but it was not really giving the outcome that we expect. Then with the PPN, which is not standardized based on the funding that we have. Yes, Mr. Our AD partnership from Majuba is correct to say we're supposed to prioritize those books, but unfortunately, it's ideal that we have a placement officer in each campus, for example. But for now, we have one in one campus and one at the central level, which made us now to take all our placement officers to central, servicing all the campuses because of the issue of the capacity and the funding. Then now, what we're trying to revive is what Mr. AD, the Majuba AD partnership mentioned, is what we usually call the WBE, where the focus is on level 4 and the N6 students that are currently with us. But it's true to say we need, as Dr. Nofemele has mentioned, for that to work well, we need the collaboration between academic, because when those students go for 5 days there, they don't have the workbook, which is the logbook that is for the exit one of the N6. They needed to have something. In the past, we were part of SASCE, but we're no longer participating in SASCE now. So we rely on our lecturers to support that. So it becomes two-folded, you see. Then we'll end up having a challenge that some of our staff, depending on the campuses, that they don't understand that the placement or the WIL is brought. There's a WIL for students that have already exited. There's a WIL for students that are still currently with us, just to introduce them and then to strengthen our also work readiness. So at Port Elizabeth College, we are using the central model and decentralized model, which our structure is like the structure of Umajuba, except Umajuba they have more flesh, because I think they have more funds, because we don't have anyone dedicated for entrepreneurship, for example. Then coming to the second presentation, I already mentioned that. Thank you, sir. You presented us the sector very well there, because Dr. Nofemele's ratio, you shocked me, of placement officer to students, 300 students or 200 and something, if I'm not mistaken, students per one officer, which as it will be a dream. I've just counted now, calculated, we've got 2,074 students which are exiting, whereas we have only 2 placement officers and 1 placement administrator. You can see that ratio is not speaking to us, but we're trying our best. As a result, we will develop partnership with Majuba, because we want to share best practices there. I'm interested in their policies and procedures. Then number 2, what I'm interested on, which I wish you can answer that now. When it comes to WBE, that 5 days to 10 days, how are you encouraging your students? Because as in the past, we used to encourage the students that after they have done, because that WBE is usually done during holidays, like June holidays, September holidays, then the students will claim, for example, for the bus fare. We say it's 50 Rand, it's 100 Rand per day. But now, before COVID, during COVID, that needs to be resuscitated now. But now I need to know, how are you dealing, what incentive are you giving to those students for 5 days? Because the one that are doing the, what you call the internship, we don't have a problem there because we've got partnerships with various sitters. They are receiving the stipend. There's no problem. But our challenge is this WB1 for the 5 to 10 days. How do you encourage your students there? Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks very much, Ms. Matikinga, for that, and apologies for that interruption. It was just to emphasize that that is why ongoing engagements with individual institutions is promoted by SASCE. And of course, there is what we call best practice. And today we had two of them, one from MUT implementation and the other one from Majuba implementation. And I do believe that absolutely everyone in this room has something to learn from those two case studies that were presented. So instead, or in addition to individual engagements, I think it would be proper to call back these two presenters to tackle the different areas that you need support with. So perhaps through the chat, if everyone might want to make a suggestion on what they would like the next topic after the quality assurance that we are planning a webinar on, to just capture what the next topic should be that SASCE can cover for the benefit of everyone. And we will be sharing the presentations as well as the contact details of the different presenters. On the chat, you can already see Mr. Mohan's email address, which is direct. And if we can put him back on the mic, Mr. Mohan.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah, I'd like to respond to Kim. Ma'am, thank you so much for the kind words and input from the in terms of the presentations. In terms of your question, maybe on WBE, which I can respond now. So one, around the task books for WBE, we are still using the SASCE task books. If you, I'm sure you still have it, but if you don't, I'll email it to you. So we are still using the old SASCE task books for WBE for NCV level 4. We haven't developed new task books and things like that. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. The task books are there because it still has more or less similar guidelines and outcomes. So what we do is that when the learners, our WBE is 10 days in the June-July recess period. So before the learners go for the March, April, Easter holiday, we give them a letter that indicates that, you know, the college is wanting to place the learner for WPE from this date to this date. It's a standardized letter that's signed off from my office. And why we do that is because at our college, our situation is that learners are from different areas within KZN, Zululand area, Mzimyati, Amajuba, right up to including, you know, Durban, Maritzburg, etc. So what we then do is we give the learners the letter so that they can be placed near their homes or in their hometown in the recess period. But in our operational budget that is under the World Partnerships with Linkages, we've taken the responsibility of managing that budget and getting it approved year on year from the Office of the Senior Management and Office of the CFO, is that we give the learners 100 Rand per day for 10 days. And we include that in our job placement budget. And we also budget for the lecturers, because what we do is that we let the lecturers from the campuses, the level 4 lecturers, go to do the monitoring. and we budget to pay them for 40 hours of overtime for the time that they go and visit the learners at the workplace. So it's a very structured program at our college. This year we've placed 786 learners only on WB itself. It's very collaborative between academic and innovations. We work very closely with the campuses, the CMT, the SRC. There's a formal process of a pre-application form. They have to apply and attach their documents. We capture those documents. And then as they get the workplace opportunities from the letters they receive, we then add them onto the list. And if we need to help then for additional workplaces from our partners, then we do that. But it's very structured, and it's basically budgeted for from our operational budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohan. I see Mr. Sebe. The mic is yours, sir.
Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. Thank you, Morgan, for the presentation. Once more, colleagues, good morning. I think it's still 3 minutes to 12. Chairperson, I just want to check a few things, especially because I think our TVET system is still running somehow in complex. One of the things that we will find in the college is the senior management structure, which is also a problem. I want to suggest, Chairperson, that possibly in the next session, if you can have access to invite the senior management, not the principal per se, maybe the deputy principals, because looking at the highlight that Majuba is doing, I think they are setting a very good precedence to what the colleges can do. But now you are sitting with the colleges with various structures, various senior management. Some of the positions are not even linked. For example, you will have Majuba having deputy principal innovation. I don't have the deputy principal innovation. I've got deputy principal registrar, of which partnership falls within that particular category. So I will request that in the next seminar or engagement, invite those deputy principals just to share this kind of good practice that the other colleges are doing, so that at some point, when this PPN is reviewed from the department, it allows at least few positions that will be looking that the colleges can look at. Because I can tell you now, what Majuba is doing is very good. They are setting a very good trend for the us as the colleges. But for me to convince the senior management to give me the post, even if that post is allocated from the PPN, is something else. So that's what I'm saying. Some of this kind of intervention, they need the senior management who can take a decision from that level. Then the other items that I've looked at very keenly, the issue of the structure that Majuba is having. For example, when I look at the structure, I think Mr. Morgan didn't talk about the finance person. Normally does the payments as part of the structure, because when you look at the PPN, under partnership, you've got only two positions. You've got the placement officer and the finance person. I'm not sure how they are doing that. So I just want to check if that post maybe is no longer there, and or because at some point, some of the colleagues who are here, they are not even sitting in that PPN. Remember, the PPN is a committee that has been established by the different colleges. So the college I'm representing, chairperson, is Southwest Gauteng TVET College. So I think in those few words, I also want to, let me just surrender my presentation there. Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks, Mr. Sebe. And I think, Mr. Mohan, you would like to handle that, particularly as far as the approved positions for TVET colleges. Seeing that you have the resources that you shared, is that a unique situation with your TVET college, or is that something that the new PPN that is coming up would be accommodated for all TVET colleges in all likelihood?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sebe, for the inputs. From our college, basically, as I indicated, the post on the PPN, we still in the process of finalizing them. However, we currently have 5 project administrators, of which one of those administrators are responsible for the finance part in terms of generation of the flexi schedules and submission of all of the documentation to finance for validation, and the monthly disbursement of the stipends in terms of the because all our learners are actually on the college payroll system. So basically, in terms of generation of those documents that are then signed off and approved from my office before it goes to finance. In short, yes, we currently have a dedicated administrator, but the person who will be the job placement officer on the level 7 post appointed then will obviously then take over those responsibilities as it's aligned to the PPN. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mohan. Thank you very much, Mr. Sebe, for your question. And as I said, the hands are welcome for us to continue our discussion, but barely so, because we have hit our second hour and we had aimed to wrap up by 12 o'clock. But if anyone is itching, either with a topic to be shared at our next webinar or with a question that our presenters could address right now, you are welcome to write on the chat. Any hands? Because then in the absence of hands, I would just like to also invite you once again to keep your eyes pinned on the website, the SASCE website, sasce.net, for our upcoming events, and to ensure that you register in time, because there is something that we've noticed. The processes, particularly at TVET colleges, to allow us to engage with you may be longer than we generally have anticipated. I know that there are some people who wanted to be here, but who may not be here today, which is why we are hoping that the recordings will be also distributed to those who could not be here. In the meantime, I think I saw Dr. Nofemela's hand. Dr. Nof, you are welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a small request for the participants. If we can just briefly, with your permission, Madam Chair, if we can briefly all show our faces for a quick photo opportunity. This is an inaugural webinar for SASCE, and we would like to boast about it. But also, it is also for record keeping. So please, we have our marketing intern who will be able to take a photo. Mr. Mohan, if you can take down your presentation, please, just so we can take pictures. Thank you. Bonello, are you on the chat?
Yes, Doc, I am.
All right, please indulge us. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna fill the screen. You have no idea how excited we are at the attendance of this webinar. I see some people still, okay. Just a couple of minutes. I'm not sure. There are people that are still not showing. Are you still trying, colleagues, or are you comfortable with us just showing your names? Okay, I think they may be comfortable with us just showing their names. Okay, PT, the president. Oh, the president is still here. Sponello, please take a picture. And tell me when you're done, please.
There's a second plan to talk. Thank you.
You're done. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thanks, Madam President. We're honored to have you here.
Thank you very much.
Wana, your program.
Thank you very much to every single one of you who participated and attended this particular webinar. And I'm going to sound like a broken record, but keep your eyes on the website where we will be updating you with upcoming events from ourselves as well as from our partners. And you're also welcome to share your work integrated events that are upcoming, whether it is when you do your career days, open days, etc. We would like to share among ourselves your activities. And as we have learned from each other today, we can obviously learn from each other ongoing. With that, I would like to, with your permission, all the 42 people who are left in this webinar, may I declare this meeting closed.
Just 1 second, Ms. Wana.
My General Secretary is saying just 1 second.
Just 1
and
second.
I oblige.
She's now wearing the General Secretary hat. Colleagues, for those of you that are not SASCE members, we encourage you to go into our website and look at the benefits of being a SASCE member. This webinar is one of the benefits of being a SASCE member. SASCE members didn't have to pay. For an example, you may find that in other webinars, we will also look at the levels of our memberships that pay or don't pay, because our levels of membership range from a platinum member to a corporate member to an individual member. Please visit our website. We really would like to have you on board as our partners so that we can drive the employability agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Wana.
Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick one. I think I posed those questions in your in the chat to say, if possible, please, for the email that you have sent us at the invite, share the registration form with the banking details. I think I've been struggling to get to finalize this registration.
All right, we'll do so. We'll do so. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GS. That's why we have you. That's why we keep borrowing you from MUT. Yes, you stand there as our model, but we are proud to have you in the leadership of SASCE and ensuring that absolutely every single institution has the benefit to learn from the best practices, not just locally, but globally as well, through our membership with the World Association for Cooperative Education. And with the powers vested in me and the permission granted to me by my GS and by my president, may I declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, colleagues.
Thank you. Bye, colleagues.